he's had plenty of accolades thrown his way. He'd been the first person to tell you that being put in the Saddle and Sirloin Club, that's probably as high as honors you get as a livestock person in the United States or even in the world. I don't know how many presidents are in the Saddle and Sirloin, but I think there's over 5, or at least 5. So you're in there with some pretty special people. And we have a lot of people that are still alive that are still in that club, and we have people that have been involved with the North American. Harold Workman is in that Saddle and Sirloin. You have you have Bob Hall. He's in the Saddle and Sirloin. Bob Hall's one of the greatest livestock people I know. So that's the way Jack wanted to be memorialized. He's in a really special group of people, and I think that's the best way you can memorialize someone.
I went to the American Royal in 1973 in Kansas City. And one of the things I noticed was that they had a green wood chip. It wasn't a shaving, it was a green wood chip. So I came back and I spoke to Roy Gibson, who owned Feeder Supply Company, and I said, Roy, I would love to have a green shaving for our show rings at the North American. Do you think you can do anything about it? He said, well, let me look into it, and he did, and he is actually the one who perfected the green shaving for us, and of course they're used across the country now, and that's actually why we had them. But I saw it at the American Royal. I wanted to introduce it to North American. We've done it for 50 years. As a matter of fact, the manager of the World Ship Saddle Horse Show at the State Fair at that time knew what we were going to do, and he asked if we would give him permission to use it in August before we used it in November, and that was in 1974, and we did. And of course, they use it today also, and that's how we ended up with them in Louisville. Well, I was kind of involved before it even had a date or a name or anything else. There was a group of breeders that actually talked to the International in Chicago about moving that show here, and they didn't want to do that. So those breeders decided they would talk to Governor Ford at that time to see if he'd be willing to support a major livestock show in Kentucky, because we had the Kentucky Expo Center anyway, a great location for it. And he did agree to do that. And through a press conference in 1973, in June, he announced the formation of a major livestock show and provided funding. It didn't have a name, a date, or anything else. So myself, along with about a half a dozen other people, which included Jack Ragsdale, by the way, who is kind of our icon, as you know, we actually selected the dates and put a name on it. So I guess my first involvement obviously was right there, because I was with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and I was working the the beef shows and the swine shows for the youth across the state anyway, so I kind of fit in, I guess, or at least I thought I did.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
And we will start with the 8-year-olds in Ring B, which is the West Ring. So we're going to give you a 3-minute call. If you're not at the end of the ring, you need to be headed that way. And we'll start showmanship here in about 3 minutes.
Sorry, not grammatically correct.
I'll probably be able to read it, but...
We really didn't know what we had or what was going to become of this when we started in 1974. We come back year after year and it's getting larger and larger. And well, it's got to stop sometime. Well, no, it doesn't have to. If you have the quality of facilities, if you have the quality of management, you have the quality of the volunteers, and the quality of the people out there who are wanting to show, and you put on a good show for them, there's no reason why it doesn't go on.
As we get started here, and we're waiting to start a little bit of house cleaning here.
And I think that's the wonderful thing about livestock shows is that, particularly in the junior divisions with the young people, it teaches them, if you're lucky enough to win, it builds respect, and in young people that when somebody offers them something they shouldn't take, they're proud enough not to take it. But the bigger lesson is losing and being able to learn from losing. And
In
if you
the
bring two
East
animals,
A
you're going to
ring,
lose when it comes
if
to that
you are
part
an
of it. So,
even A,
yeah, that's
you will
the
be in the
legacy.
West
That's the
B
real
ring.
benefit
The only
of
exception
you know,
to that
everybody
is
today gets a
our
trophy.
first
Well,
class
not
in
at the North
A ring
American. We
is
give them
6
here.
and 7
You're going to
year
win. You're going to lose, and if
We
you
are-
can't learn from losing,
I am
you're not
getting
going to
the
progress very
signal
well. And
that
it
we are about ready to
teaches
go.
lots
So
and
as
lots of
soon as we
lessons.
get
And
our
you can be
judges in
really,
the
really
ring,
good
we will
and still
call
get
you to
beat.
the ring. If you have any questions, certainly come behind the announcer's stand and we'd be glad to answer those. If you would, we are going to go ahead and get started with ring A. You'll come in and Larry will get you lined up. John, are you ready in ring B? Is your ring help ready? Okay, if you would, we're going to go ahead and call that 8-year-old class into ring B. So we will get started. In ring A, we have our 6- and 7-year-old division of showmanship. In ring B, we have our 8-year-old showman. At this time, I would like to welcome both our judges. In ring A, we have Sierra Myers, currently lives in Albany, Oregon. She is the animal science instructor at Lynn Benton Community College. If you would, let's give her a big North American welcome and show her our appreciation for evaluating showmanship today. In ring B, we have John Romero from Mulhall, Oklahoma. He went to Redlands Community College in Oklahoma State. He's currently at Pfeiffer Farms in Orlando, Oklahoma. If you would, let's also give him a big round of applause and a North American welcome for John Romero. We are going to make that first call for the 10-year-old division in ring B. First call for the 10-year-old division in ring B. We will also make our first call for our 9-year-old division in ring A. First call to the holding ring for our 9-year-old division in ring A. If you would, as we dismiss the young people along the fence in Ring B, let's give them a big round of applause for bringing us a tremendous class of showmanship. If you would, as we dismiss the young people on the rail closest to me in Ring A, let's show our appreciation to those young showmen as they leave the ring.
Good afternoon. Again, I want to thank you all for having me. I think Mr. Hancock called me back in, I believe, April, May there, and I was tickled just to get the opportunity to come back here to the Green Chips. I think it's been like about 5 years since I've been here. So again, the show means a lot to me. Only majored I ever showed at, and again, I think we get started here with a tremendous set of kids, awesome just from top to bottom. Young lady here in the blue showing her Southdown sheep. When she first hit the ring, her eye contact, her intensity, and just her ability to get this thing propped up and looking the part the quickest. And I think that's where she kind of solidifies herself within this particular grouping. Young lady just gets this thing drove and presented, gets that thing to squat when she gets in them. At times we get that sheep's just rear leg a little too far spread out, young lady there at times personally for me, but I think she does an outstanding job. Young lady here that comes in second just kind of worked her way up. It took her a minute to kind of get in her groove here, but again, I think young lady does an awesome job. Just some little things took her maybe just a little bit longer to get him just propped up and needed to where he needs to. Feet placement might have been off there a time or two. Young man here in a cowboy hat, I thought his eye contact, his intensity was tremendous. You're used just a little bit more sluggish there when we get her into motion. Takes you just a little bit longer to get into her and just getting the push and shove that we need to. But again, I think the young man does an awesome job when we get her looking the part. Young lady here that comes in 4, again, very, very smooth. I thought it just took us just a little longer, young lady, to get that weather propped up. You kind of want to push into him to square his back feet. I think a little bit for me, I'd like for you to just reach back there and just square him up. A young man here that comes in 5th. Again, I think it just took him just a little longer there to get his weather propped up, but I thought his eye contact was very good. If you will, let's congratulate all these young people on a job well done. They've worked very, very hard.
At this time, in our Ring B, we will be bringing in our 10-year-old division. If you are in the 10-year-old division class, you are coming in the ring at this time. Going to make that final call for those 9-year-olds to be ringside and ready in Ring A. Our placings in class in our 8-year-old showmanship division. 8th goes to Caston Campbell. 7th goes to Maddox Tremmel. 6th goes to Levi Albright. Algebright, I'm sorry. 5th goes to George Swab. 4th, Macy Beamer. 3rd, Miles Birch. 2nd, Dallas Kimber Henney. And 1st goes to Slayton Silvers. Those are the results of our 8-year-old showmanship division.
Well, just as John said, good afternoon, and he stole exactly what I was going to say in the beginning. I'm extremely humbled to be here today, being able to judge showmanship on the Green Chips. For me, being from the West Coast, showmanship is extremely important in my mind because it's not just about that exhibitor's ability to get that animal set up, but it's about their ability to get that animal set up to the best and make that animal look the best they possibly can. And I think in this 6- and 7-year-old division, when they came in, I thought to myself, fire me up, because I think these kids here are extremely, extremely talented at this young age. The young lady that's gonna be our winner today, for me personally, just the most consistent. I thought she did an outstanding job in terms of that neck and head placement. Those front feet are perfect every single time. Same thing with those back feet. And then when I step into handle, I thought she did a great job getting a nice firm brace in that sheep. Congratulations to that young lady again. Young lady that's gonna be second, I love the way that that you hold that sheep's head and neck out of the top of its shoulder. I think that makes that sheep's front end look awesome. I love your intensity as a showman as well. Me personally, I'd like to see you just get a little bit more of a brace on that sheep when I'm off of it. I think at times she wants to get a little lazy in her top line, and then that's also, I'd like to see you just maybe watch those front 2 feet from time to time, but you're an outstanding showman with a bright future ahead of you. Young lady, that's going to be third. Again, another extremely intense showman. I love how she keeps that head up right atop of that sheep's shoulder. She doesn't have that nose super high. I think she does an awesome job in terms of that foot placement. When we got down to these final 3, I just thought she takes a little bit longer to get those feet set up than those 2 showmen in front of her, but again, a rock solid showman. Young lady, that's going to be fourth again. I thought she did an outstanding job. For me personally, again, I think at times we maybe get that sheep either a little overstretched and so he wants to get easier in his top line, and then at times I think you were just a little bit longer to get set up than the rest of those showmen, but an outstanding job as well. Young man, that'll be fifth. I thought he was extremely intense when he came in, and I love that in a showman. Typically, that's going to be the kind that I'm going to gravitate towards. In reality, for me, I told him once he gets that sheep set up, I think it looks awesome. It just takes him a little bit longer for me, and then as he has that, when he goes to set up those feet, he's not necessarily doing it right now, but at times he wanted to pull that sheep's neck towards him, and so that sheep wanted to move. I thought, again, all these showmen, outstanding job, has me really excited for the rest of today. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they exit the ring.
In our 6 and 7-year-old division, our results are: in 9th, Betsy Youngpeter; 8th, Kaylee Hill; 7th, Gracie Hedrick; 6th, Raylan Artman; 5th, Maddox Thompson; 4th, Gracie Newsom; 3rd, Aylin Nair; 2nd, Blakely Clem; and our class winner and champion in our 6 and 7-year-old division is JC Allen. We are now bringing in our 9-year-olds in ring A. 9-year-olds are now coming in to ring A. We're making that first call for our 12-year-olds in ring B. We need to have those 12-year-olds on deck in ring B. If you would, let's put our hands together for a great set of 10-year-old showmen as we dismiss those young people along the rail. 12-year-old showmanship. 12-year-old showmanship. We are going to ask you to go ahead and go back to your pins. We are going to pick our overall junior showman prior to starting that 12-year-old class. So we still have the 11-year-old class that has to go through ring A before that 12-year-old class will start. So you can go back to your pins, and I will give you plenty of warning for that 12-year-old class. We will pick our overall junior showman prior to starting that 12-year-old class. If you would, let's give these young people in our 9-year-old ring a big round of applause for another great set of showmanship in our 9-year-old division. We do need to have those 11-year-olds on deck in ring A. At the conclusion of our 11-year-old division, we will bring those class winners back for overall, our first and seconds back for our overall junior showman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dismiss the young people on the rail in our 10-year-old division. Let's give them a big round of applause for bringing us a tremendous and very competitive division. For our junior division, I misspoke earlier. We are only bringing the class winners back for our overall champion showman. So those class winners out of the 6 and 7-year-old division, 8-year-old division, 9-year-old division, 10-year-old division, and 11-year-old division, you will come back for our overall junior showman. If you are in the 11-year-old division, you need to be ringside and ready in ring A. Going to make that last call for those 11-year-olds in showmanship in ring A. If you have lost your Ford keys, the key fob for your Ford vehicle, I have it at the announcer's stand. I have the key fob for your Ford vehicle if you've lost it at the announcer's stand.
Well, again, this 9-year-old division, when they come in, they're extremely, extremely talented. And I'm sure all of these exhibitors that were in the top here, and I just want to actually make a comment before anything. I want to apologize to the exhibitors that were excused early from this particular round. I just want to say I asked them to walk, and I guess the communication, there's miscommunication, and they exited the ring. So my apologies to those exhibitors that made it or that got escorted out before I could actually get a fair share or a fair look at them from the side. But I am extremely impressed with the showmen out here in front of me, and I guarantee you that a couple of them here at the top, and especially when we get down to our final 4 or 5, I think they've done it. I'd imagine they're very competitive at this stage of the game in this age, and I honestly think any of them or a couple of them especially could go on and compete with those older divisions. The young man that I'm going to use to win this particular class, I'll be honest, the one thing that I wish you would have done from the first round or for the first initial time was show off that front end just a little bit quicker. But dude, the reason why you're winning today is you are extremely immaculate in the way that you get that sheep set up. Everything you do, you are very meticulous about it. You are all about making sure that sheep's feet, not just the feet, are set up. Head placement, neck placement, everything about it. You are extremely talented showman, and that's why you're going to be our first place showman today in this particular drive. The young lady that's going to be second, I just want you to know you did extremely, extremely good. Solid and consistent the entire time. For me personally, I guess what it comes down to a little bit, and I hope that you just see this as like an awesome thing to be reserved in this particular class. I just thought that young man in front of you, he had a little bit more style in the way that he got that sheep set up. But man, I thought you did a fantastic job. Neck placement, feet placement on those back two, spectacular. The young man that's going to end up being third today, I thought he does a great job keeping that head and neck on that sheep right, especially considering the fact that sheep's not super elevated there through its front 1/3. I told him biggest thing for me is that sheep wants to get a little easy in its top line, maybe doesn't want to just put a firm brace on him, but I thought he did an awesome job. I love his intensity. The young lady that's going to be fourth, I think when she comes in, you can instantly gravitate towards her because of her intense look and eye contact. I think she does an excellent job in terms of that neck and head placement of that sheep. I told her when it comes down to this, the final 5, her sheep just wanted to keep getting underneath herself. Right now, she's got her set up perfect, but I thought she did a fantastic job. Her partner's just wanting to work with her towards the end of this deal. Young lady that's going to be 5th, I thought she did an outstanding job in terms of eye contact and intensity. That neck and head placement is excellent, and I think she's been extremely solid in terms of those feet and legs. When we get those sheep into motion, that sheep wants to drop its front end a little bit, and so if she could just get that sheep to pick up and maybe prance a little bit better out of the front part of its skeleton. But I thought her foot placement and eye contact, I love very much. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. They've done an excellent job.
Results in our 9-year-old division. 10th goes to Riggin Pruitt. 9th goes to Mabry Sutton. 8th goes to Kylie Pettigrew. 7th goes to Brinley Shook. 6th goes to Parker White. 5th goes to Brinley Henry. 4th goes to Macy Zerbach. 3rd goes to Shepherd Silvers. 2nd to Brinley Bollinger. And our champion in our 9-year-old division goes to Graham Newsom. We are now entering our 11-year-old division in Ring A for our 11-year-old showmanship division. At the conclusion of both these rings, we will select our champion overall junior showman. I got a clue. Well, At the conclusion of our 11-year-old and 10-year-old drives, we have to get both of them done, we will be selecting our champion junior showman in Ring B. At the conclusion of our 11-year-old and 10-year-old drives, we will be picking our champion overall showman in Ring B.
really tough set of kids over here, and you know, just very competitive. I tell you guys what, this is. I knew this was going to be challenging, but here they just keep getting better. And young lady, she was in our second heat, I remember, and I thought within that particular grouping, she just stuck out like a sore thumb, and her sheep is just a little tougher to show. And I tell you what, she gets the most out of him, and kudos to her there on the move. I could tell that's where he wants to give you fit the most, but the young lady stays calm, cool, and collective. And there, and the final go, I thought she was the quickest, and make sure that all of her feet are placed correctly. She's quick. Make sure that sheep's top line's always strong, gets a good push, a good shove. I thought to me, that young lady did the best job here within this particular group. And young lady here in 2, again, I thought just eye contact and intensity. Like when she first hit the ring, she always made sure to let me know that she was here. And just some little minute things. I thought we get that ewe just a little too far stretched out, young lady. Thought front feet were just a little bit off. And I think when we get that sheep, her rear leg's just a little too far stretched. Her top line wants to get just a little easier, and her tail head wants to shoot up just a little bit more. Just watching that, I think she's set where she needs to right there. I thought there just in the final stretch, just little minute things. Young man here in 3, again, just a tremendous job. Compliments to him. Gets the most there out of his sheep. I thought there at the end when I asked him to go to all of them set up their sheep there individually, I thought we got the lift on that sheep just a little bit more than what we needed to, because you went back there and fixed his back legs. I didn't think that was almost necessary there, if you will, but I thought, man, he does a tremendous job. Young lady here in 4 has got a really tough one to show, and again, kind of worked her way up there for me. She tried to get the most out of him, but again, he just didn't quite want to cooperate. Young lady here that rounds out our top 5, again, intensity, eye contact, switching side, all those things. Thought we got that weather just a little too far stretched sometimes. He wants to deviate just a little too much there over his loin. If you will, let's congratulate all these exhibitors. They've done an awesome job.
The results of our 10-year-old division. 5th goes to Andy Swab. 4th, Stella Anthauer. 3rd, Hayes Henderson. 2nd, Harper Horning. And our champion goes to Avery Flax. At the conclusion of our 11-year-old division, we will be picking our champion overall junior showman in Ring B. If you won the 6 and 7-year-old division, 8-year-old division, 9-year-old division, or 10-year-old division, we will be asking you to bring those 4 lambs and 4 individuals to Ring B at the conclusion of our 11-year-old showmanship division.
A few years ago, I was driving around and checking all the barns and everything, and I seen this family back up, and they were from Texas, and they had the little Dorper sheep on there, and that just basically we just started having Dorper sheep deal, but they came all the way from Texas to show, and somewhere we were a little bit short of pins that year or something. We had cattle panels set up for those guys, and those Dorpers would have went just right under the panel. And so I took them and I went in and got gates and fixed their their pins so they'd hold the Dorpers. I looked in the truck and there was 3 little girls that would just absolutely wore completely out. They could not quit grinning because they'd come to the North American. I think that's a really good example of the kind of families that we have. They didn't come here necessarily to win it all. They came here to make good kids. And that's what we're doing with these junior shows in all the barns, is that we're trying to make good kids by using livestock to do that. That family came back and hugged me and thanked me later, because you know you pull into this place, it's huge. They're scared, and by taking them by the hand and helping them get to their pens and get everything set, made friends forever. I've seen them since then too, so they come back. They come back.
Well, I think it's headed in the somewhat right direction, in the fact that these youth have an opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle in the eastern part, or from any place in North America. They can come and exhibit cattle here at the Kentucky Exposition Center, and there's no better place to show a cow. He's had plenty of accolades thrown his way. He'd been the first person to tell you that being put in the Saddle and Sirloin Club,
We really didn't know what we had or what was going to become of this when we started in 1974. I mean, we come back year after year, and it's getting on larger and larger. And, well, it's got to stop sometime. Well, no, it doesn't have to. If you have the quality of facilities, if you have the quality of management, you have the quality of the volunteers, and the quality of the people out there who are wanting to show, and you put on a good show for them, there's no reason why it doesn't go on.
Well, again, another class of extremely talented showmen, and I know that the older we're going to get, or older these exhibitors are going to get, just the better that they're going to be, because they have that ring experience. And you can tell when these kids come in here, they're extremely ring savvy. And really what it comes down to is that really it's just the one I'm waiting to mess up. And so the young lady that ends up winning this class in particular, extremely consistent showman. I love the way she gets that sheep's head and neck cranked up on the top side of that sheep's front shoulder. In reality, I think that young lady just was extremely rock solid the entire time. It was really hard to pick a hole in her. I saw her sheep set up 24/7. I love the way she presents herself. I love her intensity. As just extremely consistent, exceptional showman to win this particular drive. Young lady that's going to be second, I thought you did an awesome job. Excuse me. You did an awesome job, young lady, in terms of getting that sheep set up. And I'll tell you that when we had that first loop and you stopped right over there, you had that sheep set up perfect, which is why I pulled you immediately. I think as the drive wore on, maybe your sheep's just getting a little bit tired. He's wanting to move those feet a little bit. But I thought I thought you two working it together did an exceptional job. We just got down to the nitty-gritty. And for me, your sheep just kind of wants to slip those back feet, maybe overstretch just a little bit. Young lady that's going to be third, I thought she is extremely intense, and I love that about her as a showman. I think she keeps that sheep's neck right on top of that one shoulder. For me personally, I think at times maybe that sheep wants to hyperextend that hind leg on the outside, on that offside. Maybe wants to get a little weaker in its top line from time to time. But I thought she did an extremely good job with that sheep getting that one stuck, and I love her intensity. Young lady coming out next, again, I thought fantastic showman. Love the intensity in her. I could tell she was a little disappointed when she got pulled. I told her in particular, that sheep at times wants to get lazy and get his head just lazy on the top of his shoulders, so he wants to get a little short-fronted, and then at times he maybe wants to get those front feet just a little bit out there. When we've got showmen that are extremely good top to bottom, it comes down to those little things. You did a fantastic job. Young lady that's going to round out our top five, I thought she did fantastic in terms of that neck placement. I thought she did an awesome job with her sheep getting that thing set up. How's the drive roll on again? I thought that one just wanted to hyperextend those hind legs, maybe stretch out just a little bit, but she did a fantastic job. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
At this time, we need to have all those division champions ringside and ready at ring B. We need to have that 6- and 7-year-old champion, 8, 9, 10, and 11-year-old champion, and we will bring them in for our overall junior division champion. I don't know. You know who does? I don't, down there on the ringside. Our results of our 11-year-old division: 10th goes to Reagan Coffey. 9th, I apologize, I do not have 9th place recorded. 9th is Alette Nyer. 8th is Opal Ryan. 7th, Hallie Lechner. 6th is DC Bucker. 5th is Hallie McGuire. 4th, Lindsay Williams. 3rd, Avery Madelinebon. 2nd, Emma Claire Borges. And our champion in our 11-year-old division goes to Whitney Williams. If you would, let's bring those 5 division champions in for our junior champion drive. We are now picking our champion of our junior division. Our 6- and 7-year-old champion comes out of that class, and that is Jace Allen. In our 8-year-old division, our champion is Staten Silvers. In our 9-year-old division, our champion is Graham Newsom. In our 10-year-old division, our champion is Avery Flax. And in our 11-year-old division, our champion goes to Whitney Williams. If you would, let's give all 5 of these exhibitors a big round of applause. We will be fortunate enough to see the division champion out of this division come back at the end of our showmanship to show for overall showman at the conclusion of our senior showmanship drive.
Well, as we get into this junior division, extremely impressed with all 5 showmen out here, and there's 2 of them that I hadn't got to see from those 2 classes that John had, but those 2 young ladies come out here, and I think they fit right in with the 3 showmen that came from my ring in particular. I'll tell you what, as we get into these older divisions, I just want you to know that these juniors have set the bar extremely high. If our junior showmen are as good as this, then I can't imagine what those 21-year-olds are going to be later on this afternoon. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. The showmen that we're going to pick today, we both agreed relatively quick. We think that showman is extremely meticulous. We think that showman is extremely good in the way that they hold that sheep's head and neck. And I think that showman does all the extras that you expect to see in some of those intermediate and seniors, but they're doing it as a junior. That's the young man right here in the middle is going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Our champion showman in our junior division comes out of the 9-year-old class, Graham Newsom.
Get to pick in our reserve here, and again, I thought the champion showman there did an outstanding job, and again, nothing to take away from the rest of them here that are still left. I think for us, we made them take that final lap there, and we think our next exhibitor, I think just in motion in terms of head carriage and getting the most out of their sheep, I think just rather impressive, just head and neck and just hand posture, and we think she does a tremendous job. So again, if you will, if you're standing ringside, let's congratulate all these young people. It takes a lot of work to come out here. They went through some very, very deep water.
In our junior showmanship, our reserve champion comes out of our 6- and 7-year-old division, JC Allen. We are now bringing in our A ring. We're bringing our 13-year-olds into our A ring, and we will bring those 12-year-olds that have been anxiously awaiting into ring B. We are bringing our 13-year-olds into ring A, and our 12-year-olds into ring B.
I said the one they're doing showmanship out. He said, yeah, I went to I'll come check on you. I'm waiting on the guy who works for me. And where is he? I'm sitting right here. You gotta go out and almost around the other side. Okay, I'll just let I'm old and fat. I can see I'm from there. I've walked.
Rapid car you?
The lot number. He's got twins, I think.
Yeah, I think we heard.
He's got twins. Both got twins.
Hey, how are you? See you, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
He said there was supposed to be a champion overall banner when we did bring the three divisions together. There is no banner there. And the next question they have, are we picking a champion in reserve or are we just picking one for the overall champion? But we don't even have that banner. But do we have a banner for
I don't. I'll have to call Zen.
okay.
I can call Zenner.
Okay, just call Jill.
Okay.
Let me go get you.
For those of you that have just joined us today, I'd like to introduce our judges. In our A ring, we have Sierra Myers, who currently comes from Albany, Oregon. She is the animal science instructor and head livestock team judging coach at Lynn Benton Community College. She is a team member of the 2012 national champion Redlands Junior College judging team. She went on to Chico State to where she majored in ag education. Our judge in our B ring is John Romero, who is currently from Mulhall, Oklahoma. He also went to Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State. While at Oklahoma State, he was a member of the national champion livestock judging team in 2018. He now works for Pfeiffer Farms in Orlando, Oklahoma. If you would at this time, let's show our appreciation for John and Sierra for sorting our showmanship today. If you would at this time, as we dismiss this group of young people from our 12-year-old division, let's show our appreciation and put our hands together and give them a big thank you for participating in the 50th annual North American Livestock Exposition. In ring B, we are going to make that first call for our 14-year-olds. For our next division in ring B, we need to have its first call to be ringside and ready for our 14-year-olds. They will go in the ring at the conclusion of our 12-year-old division that is currently in the ring. If you would, let's put our hands together for that very, very competitive 13-year-old division as we let those young people leave the ring that are around the outside of the ring. As we dismiss those young people from the ring in ring B, let's give them a big round of applause for another competitive heat in that 12-year-old division. I have a phone that was left in the women's restroom that is the restroom that is by pillar C9. If you have lost a phone, we do have that at the announcer's stand. We're going to make a ringside call for both ring A and ring B. We need to have those 15-year-olds ringside and ready for ring A, and those 14-year-olds ringside and ready for ring B. As we release those young people in ring A along the rail, let's give them a big round of applause. For those of you that win one of the age divisions, and this is most important for the two juniors that have just won the past division, we will bring in all our champion and reserve age divisions because we will pick a champion and reserve overall showman. So to those showmen, and again, congratulations to our champion junior showman, Graham Newsom, and our reserve junior champion showman, J.C. Allen. You will be invited to come back for the overall showman division, and we will need both of you with your lambs in the overall division at the conclusion of the senior division drive.
Well, again, another outstanding set as we get into this intermediate division. And I want to commend the young lady that's going to end up being our winner today, because in reality, I probably didn't pull her until after. I think you were one of the last ones that I ended up pulling from this initial round. And I think you're just extremely, extremely solid as a showman. I mean, when you go to set that sheep up, when you pick up a foot and set it down, you set it back into the spot that you know exactly where it needs to go. It doesn't take you very long to get that sheep set up. I love how you keep that sheep's head and neck placed exactly the way it needs to be. I love the way you move around your sheep. I thought you were extremely, extremely consistent, and that's why you're going to be our first place today. Awesome job to you. Young lady that's going to be second, I think you did an awesome job in terms of getting a good brace on that sheep, in terms of foot placement until we got down to the final few minutes. I think maybe you let the nerves get the best of you, and so you started getting a little bit picky on that sheep, and now she's wanting to fight you just a little. But I thought you did an awesome job throughout the entire time. Great brace on your sheep. Love the way you have that head and neck placement. Love the way you set up those front feet. Awesome job today. The young lady that's going to be third is one that initially I was drawn to as she came into the ring in terms of her presence and her attentiveness as a showman. I love that about her. I thought she did an awesome job making sure that sheep was stuck about 99% of the time. When we got to this final three, I just thought that sheep wants to get those front feet off just a little bit, maybe wants to close up at times, but I thought she did an outstanding job. I love her posture. I love the way she sets herself in front of that sheep. You did an awesome job today. The young man that's going to come in next, he's probably got one of the more challenging sheep to show, one that just doesn't maybe want to prop up and paint a great picture, but what he does is he makes that sheep look awesome from the side. He makes sure that sheep's neck is stretched out, that sheep's elevated through its front 1/3, and then he's always got a great brace on that sheep. I told him maybe from time to time that sheep wants to get just a little bit underneath himself, and so he wants to get up in his spine just a little, but I thought he did a fantastic job. Young lady coming out next, that's going to be fifth. I thought you were awesome from the side. I thought you did an outstanding job making sure that sheep's head was propped up. Maybe at times we get that nose just a little bit too up in the air for me personally, and then as I told you in that class in particular, when we get that sheep maybe on the move, he wants to drop through the front part of his body, and so we have to try to get that sheep to prance maybe just a little bit more, just so he wants to get a little neater there up front. But man, I thought in terms of hip and foot placement on that back half of that sheep, you did an awesome job. Another great set of showmen in here today, ones that ended up leaving that I'm sure have seen their fair share of success. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. They did an awesome job.
If you would, let's go ahead and start bringing in those 15-year-old showmen in ring A. Let's go ahead and bring those 15-year-old showmen into ring A. Our results of our 13-year-old division. In 10th, Brady Galindo. 9th, Audrey Callens. 8th, Dixie Hamilton. 7th, Madeline Crouch. 6th, Shelby Bays. 5th, Layla Kephart. 4th, Efren Fowler. 3rd, Lucy Schur. 2nd, Peyton Cartwright. And our champion in our 13-year-old division is Anara Schroyer.
Over here in ring B, man, we're picking up the heat just a little bit, and our first and second showmen here, when they first hit the ring, I'm pretty sure they were the first ones that I pulled there out of the respected heat, and I tell you guys what, I knew they were going to be tough and competitive, and out here, obviously, they're 1 and 2, and just little minute things. I thought just what the young lady did just a skosh better. I thought just in terms of feet placement, and I thought she just did a little better job of getting a little bit more there out of her sheep in terms of her front feet being square, and they weren't too far underneath. I thought the young man just let his ewe there get a little underneath himself. I wish we would have worked their spine just a little bit better there at the end, but again, I think both these two exhibitors do an awesome job, just some little minute things. Young lady here that comes in 3, I thought there when we walked in there, that final go, I wish we would have walked your weather just a little faster, young lady, and I thought we didn't just get the most just spread there. I thought he was just a little bunched up there at the very end. Young lady here that comes in next, again, very intense. I like how she switches sides. She gets the most out of that thing, makes that thing run uphill. I thought there at the very end, I thought our front feet were just a little far off, and I thought we could just pride his front feet there just a little wider there up front. The young lady that rounds out here, again, same could be said. Again, she just kind of always did an awesome job, make sure her sheep just looked the part. I thought there at the very end, young lady, thought your front feet were just a little too far forward. Just pried them open just a skosh more. If you will, let's congratulate all these exhibitors. They've done an awesome job. They've worked very hard.
In ring B, we currently have our 14-year-old division coming to the ring at this time. Ring B, the 14-year-old division is entering the ring at this time. Our results of our 12-year-old division. 5th goes to Addie Dunlap. 4th goes to Olive Ryan. 3rd goes to Mary Haddon Baylock. 2nd goes to Aiden Rexwinkle. And our champion in our 12-year-old division goes to Hayden Bryant. At the conclusion of these two classes, our 14 and 15-year-old classes. We will take a break and we will show for our champion in reserve, junior champion in ring A between our 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old division winners. If you would, let's put our hands together as we dismiss those young people in our first drive of the 14-year-old division. If you would, as we dismiss those young people ringside in Ring A in our 15-year-old division, let's show our appreciation and give them a big round of applause. If you would, as we dismiss this next drive of the 15-year-olds, let's give them a big round of applause and show our appreciations as they exit the ring. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's show your appreciation for the 14-year-olds as we dismiss them from the ring in Ring B. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just had a phone call from the North American International Executive Staff. They have made me aware that all cooking, hot plates, crock pots, anything that is used to heat up in a kitchen food must be unplugged. If the fire department or the fire inspectors come through or the police department come through and they are plugged in, they are going to confiscate those items. So if you have a hot plate, a crock pot, or anything that heats up any type of food, those need to be unplugged and put away. And if they are not, the fire inspectors and police department reserve the right to confiscate those items and remove them from the building. At the conclusion of these two classes, we will pick our champion and reserve champion junior showman in ring A. At the conclusion of these two classes, we will pick our champion and reserve champion showman in ring A. Those divisions will cover our 13-year-old, our 12-year-old division, our 13-year-old division, our 14-year-old division, and our 15-year-old division. As a reminder, if you are a champion or reserve in your age division, you will be invited back for our champion and reserve overall showman at the conclusion of our senior division. As we dismiss these young people around the ring, let's give them a big applause and recognize them as they are released in our 15-year-old division in ring A. Also in ring B, if you would, let's show our appreciations to our 14-year-olds that are being released from the ring at this time. If you would, put your hands together for both of those. For those that we need back for our junior champion drive, we will only be bringing back the champions of each age division. At this time, the winners of the 14 and 15-year-olds are still in the ring. We will need Anara Schroyer in the 12-year-old division. And in the 13-year-old division, we will need Hayden Bryant.
Well, these 15-year-olds certainly come in here, and there was I think there was 80 kids in this ring in particular, so if it takes me a little bit of time or I got to walk those kids a few times, please bear with me, because 80 kids is a lot, and especially when we get to this level at a national level, you expect those kids to be extremely good, and I'll tell you what, out of the 10 that are 11 that are sitting in here right now, there's about 68 that went back to the barn. Not definitely, I think, any other day or any other judge, they probably could be out here. But it's my opinion today, and I think that the 3 showmen in particular that are going to be out here in the top 3 are extremely good and extremely hard to pick holes in. And really, that's what it comes down to when we get out to this level. And we have kids that just know their animals so well. They know how to get those things set up quickly and efficiently. I think when it came down to it, that's what the young lady who's going to be our winner today, that's what she does, is she's extremely quick to get that sheep set up. Every time I look, that sheep is propped up, that sheep's head and neck is extremely 9-degree angled. I love that. And I also like that you're just not completely in front of that front skeleton of your sheep. I like that you're able to show that thing's front end off. Foot placement was exceptional. Intensity was awesome. You did a fantastic job. Most consistent one in here. That's why you're in that spot. Young lady that's going to be in second, you scare me when you look at me, and I love that, okay? I'm a big fan of having that intensity as a showman, and honestly, there's very few times that I ever saw your sheep out of place. I mean, once you get that thing stuck, I don't think your sheep ever moves, and I love that about you as a showman. For me, when it comes down to those little things, we probably get that sheep's head rocked back a little bit too much over the top of his shoulder, and I'll tell you, when you two are just got those sheep propped up, it comes to those little things, and that's why you're going to be second for me today. But you keep up that intensity. I like being scared. You did an awesome job. Young lady, or excuse me, young man that's going to be third today, dude, you did an awesome job in terms of that neck and head placement. I think foot and placement is awesome on your sheep in particular for me, and it's just a matter of personal preference. When we got ourselves a little too stretched out, for me as a judge walking around, that's when it can kind of get, I don't want to have to step over you as a judge, but I think in terms of foot placement and getting that sheep propped up, I thought you did an awesome job. Your style as a showman's maybe just not my speed today, but I thought you did an awesome job, and that's why you're in that third spot. Young lady coming in next, I thought extremely good as a showman as well. Head and neck placement is probably one of my favorites of the initial 5. Again, I thought that sheep, when you get that thing propped up, he looks extremely good there from the side. When it comes down to those little things, I think maybe we get those front feet just a little bit offset when we got these sheep out here. Maybe that sheep at times wants to get a little lazy in his top line, but man, you did an awesome job in this particular lineup. Young lady that's going to end up being fifth today, I'll be honest, I think you probably have one of the more challenging sheep to show, because your sheep's not super elevated up front in terms of that chest floor, so you have to work a little bit harder to make sure that sheep balances up good from the side. I thought you did an awesome job in terms of that feet placement, especially on those back 2 sheep. For me, maybe we want to get those front 2 just a little bit too stretched out from time to time, but that's me, and that sheep maybe wants to move her head around also. If we could just try to get her head secure and then make sure those feet, you got them dialed in right now, but when it came down to those final 5, I just had to pull you. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. They did an outstanding job again, and we'll let them exit the ring and bring in the next group.
In our 15-year-old division, our results are Taylor Askew is 10, 9 is Presley Strader, 8th is Bailey Hilton, 7th is Sissany Crow, 6th is Elliot Walters, 5th is Dottie Lefty, 4th is Abby Barhurst, 3rd is Jack Hesselbeck, 2nd is Hannah Sieber, and our champion in our 15-year-old division is Olivia Sandy. At the conclusion of our 14-year-olds in Ring A, we will be picking selecting our junior champion in Ring A. That will cover the 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old divisions. So we need to have those 3 exhibitors ringside and ready at the conclusion of our 14-year-old division in Ring B. We need to have Olivia Sandy, Hayden Bryant, and Anara Schroyer. We have a belt buckle and belt that has been found in the girls' restroom. It appears to be a 2023 Georgia Clubland Association Futurity Showmanship belt buckle. If you have lost that belt and belt buckle, it is at the announcer stand. We also have a cell phone that was retrieved from the ladies' restroom by pillar C9. We are getting at the conclusion of our 14-year-old division, and at the conclusion of that division, we will be picking our junior champion. I need our champion from our 12-year-old division, Anara Schroyer, ringside and ready at Ring A. I need Hayden Bryant from our 13-year-old division, ringside and ready at Ring A. And I also need our 15-year-old division winner, Olivia Sandy, ringside and ready at Ring A. We will go into that division championship immediately concluding our 14-year-old division.
By some margin, probably the toughest showmanship division here I've ever got to sort. And from top to bottom here, all these kids that got pulled, I think, are very well deserving. And even some kids that didn't make it out here for the final cut. Maybe I just caught a bad look at the wrong time. But I think any of these kids up here at the top, no doubt, could be in contention. And to me, I think just a tremendous set of kids from top to bottom. They do an outstanding job, like I said. And and maybe I took a little longer, and I don't really want to apologize for that, because I think these kids are just very deserving of that. I just think they're that good, and I think they deserve just that time. So up here at the front, I think the young lady that go ahead and leads us off, I think to me where she just got the upper hand and the advantage is when we set them into motion. I thought the sheep just is awesome there on the move, and she knows the sheep's idiosyncrasies. She does a good job of working that thing's underline and making sure that sheep stays strong there and over his top line. I think she just knows this sheep very, very good, gets that thing just presented to get him to drive and making sure that his top line is up in him. I think just does an awesome job. Young lady here in 2, again, I think she no doubt gives her a run for her money, because I think both of these 2 young ladies, or 3, are our top 4 showmen. When they first hit the ring, I knew they were here and they were ready to rumble. And ultimately, to me, I thought just some little minute things. I think, young lady, your sheep just comes maybe just a little bit more conventional, maybe just a little shorter. I think if we just got maybe just a little bit more neck, and I think at times we try to stretch that ewe out just a little bit, and I think just her front feet just go a little too far forward. So a tough one to show, but I think she does an awesome job. Young lady here in 3, again, I think on the stick, no doubt as good as any of them. The problem is there we went that final row, on that final go, her ewe just didn't quite want to cooperate there at the end. She just didn't quite want to just go. I wish we just went just a little smoother there when we went into motion. Young man here that comes in next, again, does an awesome job. Just get here on the stick, gets the most out of him. I thought at times there our front feet just go a little too far forward. I thought our back feet weren't just placed there where they needed to. But again, I think just on the stick there, a young man does an awesome job. Young lady here that rounds out our top 5, I think just there at the final go, I just think you're obviously the showmanship deal, 50-50. She just didn't quite want to cooperate there with you on that final go, but no doubt there she gives us a really good look. If you're standing ringside, let's congratulate all these exhibitors. Man, it was a heck of a division. They definitely deserve it.
If we can get all of those division winners in our 12-year-old through 15-year-old divisions ringside and ready in Ring A, we will pick our junior champion and reserve junior champion. Those winners in our 12-year-old division, Anara Schroyer. 13-year-old division, Hayden Bryant. Our 15-year-old division, Olivia Sandy. And in our 14-year-old division, Kobe Scroggins. As soon as we get all those 4 showmen together, we will bring them into Ring A. Pardon?
There's a lot of progress has been made. The fact that most everybody enters online, there is no paper entry forms anymore. So that's a long way from them little entry cards that we had in 1980, where every animal was on an entry card. And I can still remember somebody dropping a box of entry cards. They'd already been put in order, and they got all mixed up. You had to go through them all and resort them by hand, where when you got them on the computer, you just push a button and it resorts it. It's a big difference.
he's had plenty of accolades thrown his way. He'd been the first person to tell you that being put in the Saddle and Sirloin Club, that's probably as high as honors you get as a livestock person in the United States or even in the world. I don't know how many presidents are in that. In the Saddle and Sirloin, but there's I think there's over 5, or at least 5. So you know you're in there with some pretty special people, and we have a lot of people that are still alive that are still in that are in that club, and we have people that have been involved with the North American. Harold Workman is in that.
Of our junior and reserve junior champion showman.
What an age group out here, I guess, or division. I think all 4 of these showmen just do an outstanding job, and her 2 division winners, they're absolutely just awesome. there, and pretty proud of my two as well that come out here. And I guess what's going through our mind, there was a pair of them out here that just kind of stick out, and man, it's just splitting hairs on some little minute things. But we'll give them here one more look. I'll get you a champion. I believe Sierra's going to get you a reserve. Let's put our hands together for these young people one more time. Get you a champion in reserve.
Well, as John said, I mean, it is splitting hairs out here, and I figured this intermediate division was going to be extremely good. And I love the fact that, honestly, we've got two separate judges out here, but I thought that all four of the showmen were very cohesive as showmen, and I think all four of them were exceptionally good. In our minds, we thought the young lady in the stripes was just awesome, and when she got that sheep propped up and braced and drive, we thought she did a fantastic job. We thought the next best showman, extremely smooth showman, very quiet. I love the way that this one goes to set up. I think the front feet in particular, just really smooth. And then once they get that thing propped up, that thing stands the entire time. The young lady in the pink is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
At this time, we are bringing our 17-year-olds into Ring A, and we are bringing our 16-year-olds into Ring B. In our intermediate division, we would like to congratulate our champion showman, Kobe Scroggins. And in our intermediate division, our reserve champion goes to Honora Schroyer. We will need both of those showmen back at the conclusion of our senior drive for our overall and reserve overall Market Lamb showman. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been reminded by the North American International Livestock staff that all hot plates, all crock pots, and cooking utensils which create heat to heat up your food items must be unplugged and put away. If they are plugged in, the fire inspectors and police do reserve the right to confiscate those items. All hot plates, all crock pots, anything that would be used to heat up food items must be unplugged, and the fire inspector and the police reserve the right to confiscate those items. Just to make sure that all four of my declared champions and reserves are aware, we will need the 4 young people for our champion overall showman at the conclusion of senior showmanship. We'll need our champion from the junior division, Graham Newsom. We'll need our reserve champion from the junior division, J.C. Allen. And in our intermediate division, we will need our champion showman, Kobe Scroggins, and our reserve champion, intermediate showman, Anara Schroyer. That will happen at the conclusion of our senior champion drive. If you would, let's put our hands together for our 16-year-old division as we dismiss those young people from the ring at this time. For those of you that have interest in bred ewes, ewe lambs, and prospect show ewes, the premier bred ewe and ewe lamb sale will be tonight on the west side of the Sheep Pavilion at 7 p.m. The premier bred ewe sale and ewe lamb sale will be tonight on the west side of the Sheep Pavilion at 7 p.m. If you would, let's show our appreciation for our 16-year-old division in Ring B as we dismiss those young people from the ring. Please, let's show our appreciation for our 17-year-old ring as we dismiss those young people from the ring. Going to make a first call for those 18-year-olds in Ring B to be ringside and ready at the conclusion of our 16-year-old class. And our first call for our 19-year-olds in Ring A for the conclusion of our 17-year-old class. First call for both our 18 and 19-year-old showmen. If you would, as we make the next cut in our 17-year-old division, please appreciate the young people that we have on the rail for a very tough class as we dismiss them from the ring. Also, in our 16-year-old division, if you would, as we appreciate those young people that we dismiss on the ring side as they dismiss the ring. As we are coming to the conclusion of both our 16 and 17-year-old divisions, we do need to have those next two divisions ringside and ready. Ring A, we need to have our 19-year-old division ringside and ready. And ring B, we need to have our 18-year-olds ringside and ready.
Again, another set of showmen that come in here and are extremely good, and I feel like a broken record saying that, and I guess I should have expected these kids to be at this level, and in reality, as I was watching what I call game tape over the last couple years from this particular show, I knew the older that these kids were going to get, the longer it was going to take me, so I'll be honest, I don't apologize for taking a little bit of time because I want to make sure that I get this right, and I get the showman that I like the most up at the top. In reality, the young man in the front is going to be the showman that I like the most in this particular lineup. I think he's really good about the way he handles his sheep and the way he moves around that sheep in particular. He's extremely smooth as a showman. I like the way he gets a good brace into that sheep. He makes that sheep look elevated through its front 1/3. And then when we get those things into motion, that sheep maybe wants to get up in his top line a little bit, but he does a good job at adjusting his speed to make sure that sheep doesn't get up in his top. I thought he did an awesome job. Love the way he moves around his sheep. Love when he gets that sheep propped up. Extremely consistent showman. Young lady that's going to be second today. Again, another awesome showman. Maybe for me, your style in particular, maybe you just stand a little bit or get down a little low for me. But I thought as a showman, getting those sheep and getting that sheep's feet set in terms of being really consistent, I love that about you as a showman. Again, for me, maybe your style's maybe not my type, but that I've got you in second because you are the next best one in terms of foot placement and consistency. me. The young lady that's going to be third, you got a sheep that's a little bit challenging to show between you and the young lady that ends up being fourth as well. More challenging sheep, just the way those things are built and the way that they want to stand there. You do an awesome job when you first get that sheep initially set up, rubbing his belly, making sure his top line is maintained. I think the longer that he stands there, just a little weaker, he wants to get in that top line. So we just got to stay on that a little more aggressively. She did an awesome job. Young lady in 4, you've got a challenging sheep to show because she's a little bit more compact about her build. She maybe wants to get a little bit funky there in her top line. You do an awesome job showing those things out of her. In reality, that sheep wants to move her head around and shimmy a little bit. I told you it just comes down to those little things. Again, you did an awesome job. The young lady in 5, extremely smooth showman. Love the head and neck carriage that she maintains on that sheep. As I said to her as well, the longer that we're in here, that sheep maybe wants to get a little underneath himself from time to time. But man, I love the way she gets that thing set up, and I love the way she presents herself as a showman. We got a few other showmen that I thought were just extremely exceptional. I told the young lady that was in 6, her sheep just wants to fall asleep during showmanship, it looks like sometimes, and so he wants to get just a nickel shorter there about his neck or a little lazy about his front end. But again, awesome showman top to bottom. Comes down to those little things. Let's give him a round of applause as they exit the ring.
If you would, in ring A, please bring in that 19-year-old division into ring A. We are ready to evaluate that 19-year-old division of Market Lamb Showmanship. You do need to have those lambs and showmen prepared to enter ring B, ringside and ready for the 18-year-old division in ring B. Our results of our 17-year-old division: 10th goes to Jack Thielen, 9th, Kelsey Snyder, 8th, Connor Anthony, 7th, Aiden Anderson, 6th, Mackenzie Hoekstra, 5th, Madeline Baines, 4th, Emily Schillenberg, 3rd, Carly Reel, 2nd, Breland Hogg, and our champion in our 17-year-old division goes to Marshall Miller.
We're not really letting off the gas pedal over here in ring B, and I tell you guys what, I think these top 3 can be jumbled up any other way, any way, and I tell you what, I'd argue with you all day, all night, all week, all month. It doesn't matter. I think all these kids just do an outstanding job, and it's just the little minute things. To me, the young lady, why she wins this particular day, I thought when we made that final pass, I thought you just cooperated the best with her. I thought she was the quickest, the smoothest there, and making sure that she's propped up and looking the part. She gets into that U, and that U just is tabletop level there down her top line, and just gets a good push and shove, makes that thing squat and just push, and makes her look the part. And not saying these other young ladies don't, but to me, I thought this young lady did it to the next level here within this particular particular grouping. Young lady here in 2, I think no doubt gives her a run for her money. I think she does an awesome job. I thought just some little minute things when we got the whipping and the spurring there, you just didn't quite want to cooperate there in that final pass and that final go. I wish she just would have gone just a little smoother, a little easier there for you. But again, I think you do a tremendous job. Young lady here in 3, I love her intensity, just how smooth she gets that weather just to cooperate so well and awesome in motion. I thought there at the final go, I thought there that first time I asked them to go and set them up individually, I thought your front foot was just a little off, young lady. I thought that thing's spine just got a little easier there. I don't know if we got quite the push and the shove and the drive that we needed to there that final go. But again, I think just an awesome job there to be in 3rd. Young man here in 4th. Again, I think he keeps up with the best of them, no doubt. Eye contact, intensity. I really dig that. Wish we'd worked that used top line just a little bit, young man. I know she's immature and still skinny. I know it's a little tough, but just some little minute things. Young lady there that rounds out our top 5, I thought, again, does an awesome job. I thought when we got in motion, young lady, I wish your weather just pick up another speed there. Just got just a little slower there on you. If you will, just awesome kids down the row. Let's put our hands together for them. They've done an awesome job.
And we are now ready for you to bring that 18-year-old division into Ring B. We are now showing our 18-year-old division in Ring B. In our 16-year-old division, in 5th is Sawyer Markle. In 4th, Tanner Dean. 3rd is Chabot Caitlin, and I think that may be Caitlin Chabot. 2nd is Laurel Christopher, and our champion in our 16-year-old division goes to Harley Haynes. At the conclusion of these two classes, we have one more division remaining, and that is for our 20-year-old and older division, and that will be in Ring B. Our 20-year-old and older division will be in Ring B. At the conclusion of that division, we will pick our overall senior champion, which will come out of our 5 divisions, our 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 years old and above division. Then after our senior division, we will pick our overall champion and reserve champion, Market Lamb Showman. We will need both our champion and reserves from each division. If you would, at this time in our 18-year-old ring, let's give a big round of applause for a real competitive division as we dismiss those young people from the ring. As Mr. Romero is finishing up our 18-year-old division, we do need to have all those 20-year-old and older young people ringside and ready in ring B. So if you are 20 or 21 years old, you need to be ringside and ready in ring B. This is the last and final call. If you are in the 20-year-old and older class, you need to be ringside and ready at ring B. Ringside and ready at ring B for the 20-year-old and older division.
Another really, really good set of kids, and I thought the trio of them were just a little tougher, and all of them, I thought there were just little things there that probably I just held back on them. And our champion showman, young lady, I wish her you would just walk a little faster there in motion. But other than that, I think here on the stick, you get that thing to drive uphill. You get a lot of miles out of that thing, and I think she looks the part when you get into her, and just some little things, like I said. Wish she just walked a little quicker there, but again, I think you do a tremendous job. Young lady here in two, again, I thought they're in motion. I thought of the top three, I thought you walked them the right pace, young lady. I really, really like that in motion. The way that sheep just hand walks, you do a tremendous job of that. And then get him driven and presented, you work his top line. You do a very good job of that. I thought that's where you had the advantage over the young lady there in third. You worked that sheep's top line a little bit better. There at the very end, he just kind of wanted to fight you there at the very, very end. I thought just some little minute things there, but again, I think you do an awesome job. Young lady here that comes in three, like I said, I wish you work your use top line a little bit better, young lady. I wish you work that thing's belly, because she wants to deviate just a little too much there personally for me, and I think if we do that, no doubt, I think right there. And I also in motion, we maybe just walk that thing just a little too fast there for my liking. Young man here that comes in four, I think, again, does an awesome job. I thought there when I caught you there, young man, I thought you had that thing's neck just a little too far forward. I wish we'd just shove it back there ever so slightly. Young lady here that rounds out our top five, I thought your sheep just maybe just a little shorter there in terms of his type and kind. I thought we had his front feet just a little too far underneath himself and just didn't look quite right there. If you will, let's congratulate all these kids. They've done an awesome job. They worked very, very hard.
Bringing our final and last age division into the ring at this time, ring B. Those young exhibitors that are 20 years and older, those 20 years old and 21-year-old exhibitors are now entering ring B.
Well, our 19-year-olds certainly come with the experience, and that's evident the second they come into the ring. And really, it's just a matter of who's going to mess up first and who's going to stand the most consistent. And I had to wait a sec for the other ring to finish, so I used this opportunity to really try to make a decision between the three showmen in front of me. So I had them switch with each other's animals and show all three of them. And the young man in the front, I thought you did the best best job with all 3 of those sheep. You seemed extremely comfortable grabbing onto those sheep and getting them set up. I thought when you get your hands on your sheep in particular, no one sets them up as good as you do, and I felt you did a fantastic job. Not very many times, I don't actually think I ever saw that sheep out of place until you had to stop him and set him up. Fantastic job the entire way. I know you're sweating so hard right now. You worked your butt off. Congratulations again. The young lady that's going to be second today, I'll tell you what, I think you do a fantastic job, and when we did the switching of the sheep, I thought you handled those other 2 sheep exceptionally well as also. For me personally, and you do a really good job trying to fix it. Your sheep wants to get a little easy in its top line. I think sometimes, though, we forget that top line's getting a little easy, and that sheep wants to just settle that top line. We got to make sure to stay on it the entire time, and then again, he wants to move it, or she wants to move her head around just a little bit, but man, you are fantastic. I love your posture. I love the way that you hold that sheep's head and neck. Exceptional job today, young lady. The young lady that's going to be third, an extremely intense showman that's just done a really nice job in terms of that foot placement, getting that sheep propped up and driving. For me, what I told her is just little things of personal preference, just the way that we maybe cover up that sheep's head. And then I told her at the end that sheep's front 2 feet just weren't set up. But man, you do an awesome job. And we just got in here with 2 other showmen that just ended up outlasting you today. A young man that's going to be fourth, I think he does an awesome job getting that sheep propped up, getting that head and neck, getting that sheep to drive, making sure that sheep's square from behind. What it comes down to in these final moments is that sheep's front feet. He wants to display those things out front. We need to try to get that corrected, right? This is showmanship, so we need to get that sheep's front feet to just move in a little bit more, make that sheep square up front. But man, you do a great job getting that one pumped up and driving for sure. The young lady that's going to be fifth, she probably has one of the more challenging ones to show because that sheep constantly is wanting to move around. What it comes down to for me, that sheep wants to get a little underneath itself from time to time, maybe wants to get a little easy in her top line, but I thought you'd done a fantastic job consistently working to try to get her set up. She's just not wanting to be your teammate today. Again, another set of showmen that are fantastic. Some of them, their sheep just weren't working with them, I think, towards the end, or we maybe just had a few feet here and there that were out of place. But great job to all of these showmen. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Our results in our 18-year-old division. 5th goes to Isabel Lowery. 4th goes to Braden McCoy. 3rd, Olivia Arnold. 4th, our 2nd and reserve champion in our 18-year-old division, Cheney Tennant. And our champion in our 18-year-old division, Lily Byram. In our 19-year-old division, our results, number 5, Emily Myers. Our 4th place exhibitor is John Michael Perez. 3rd place is Sadie Lear. Our reserve champion is Grace McCurdy. And our champion overall in our 19-year-old division is Tyler Gitzloff. If you would, as we finish this last division of young people, let's give a big round of applause for those that are dismissed from the ring. I'm going to make that first call for all those champions from our 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-old divisions. You need to be ringside and ready in Ring A. Ringside and ready in Ring A. Those exhibitors are Harley Haynes, Marshall Miller, Lily Byram, and Tyler Getzloff. Also, we will be picking an overall market lamb exhibitor at the conclusion of our senior drive. We need to be getting those lambs ready, and those 4 exhibitors that need to be preparing for that overall champion drive are Graham Newsom, J.C. Allen, Honora Schroyer, and Kobe Scroggins. As we come to the conclusion of our show, I would certainly love to acknowledge and thank our judges, Sahara Myers from Albany, Oregon, who is the animal science instructor and head livestock coach at Lynn Benton Community College. I would also like to thank John Romero from Mulhall, Oklahoma, currently from Pfeiffer Farms in Orlando, Oklahoma, for sharing their time and expertise with us today. Guys, it's very challenging to judge these young people, and it goes to another level of expertise and critiquing when you're evaluating the young people instead of the stock. If you would, please show your appreciation for our 2 judges, and let's put our hands together. We are down to our final showman in final 4 showmen in the 20 and over division. We do need to get those 4 champion showmen ringside and ready for our senior division, and those showmen are Marshall Miller, Harley Haynes, Lily Byram, and Tyler Getzloff. Please bring those lambs and be ringside and ready at Ring A.
real good way to round out here our final division of showmanship age group. And I thought the young lady up front here, we took that final go. I thought she just got a little bit more there out of her sheep comparatively of the young man in terms of just a little bit more push, a little bit more shove. I love the way this young lady shows the front end on this sheep a good deal. Make sure she's always driven and presented, her spine's right. I think she just does an awesome job there in that regard. Again, young man, just a little minute things. Like I said, I thought she got just a little bit more neck. I thought she was just a little quicker there as well in terms of getting her ewe propped up. I thought there at times, you want to get her feet just underneath herself, just a scotch there at times. But again, I think your intensity, your eye contact, really, really good. Young lady here in 3, again, can keep up with the best of them, in my opinion. I thought at times there, I thought we need to work that use top line just ever so slightly. Young lady wants to get just a little easier there in that regard. Young lady here that comes in next, in 4th, I thought we could be just a little quicker there in motion. Young man, again, that rounds out our top 5. Again, same could be said. I thought his weather just got a little sluggish there at the end. If you will, let's congratulate all these young people. They've done an awesome job, very well deserving.
We need those senior division class winners at the ring side of A. So, Allison Sandy, we need you to come to ring A at this time so we can start our senior champion division. In our 20-year-old and older division, our results are 5th, Ty Humphrey. 4th, Logan Phillips. 3rd, Rose Davies. Our reserve champion is Taylor Luton Slogger. And our champion is Allison Sandy. At this time, we are picking our champion in reserve, senior division showman. At this time, we are bringing in our senior champions from each of our 5 age divisions. Our 16-year-old champion is Harley Haynes. Our 17-year-old champion is Marshall Miller. Our 18-year-old champion is Lily Byram. Our 19-year-old champion is Tyler Getzloff. And our 20-year-old and above champion is Allison Sandy.
Well, I think it's headed in the somewhat right direction, in the fact that these youth have an opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle in the eastern part, or from any place in North America. They can come and exhibit cattle here at the Kentucky Exposition Center, and there's no better place to show a cow.
Intermediate champion Kobe Scroggins and our reserve intermediate champion Honora Schroyer. You 4 need to be ringside and ready for our overall champion and reserve champion Marketland Showman. mic for them.
I'm going to put this pencil up here because we're in short need of writing utensils.